Maybe we are. Let's test that now. Super low though. Why is it so low? Yeah, that should be better. I had to change a bunch of stuff around for some live streams we were doing for the Ultimate Lens library. So I think we're good now though, but it still seems slightly low. Where is my gain? There we go. Let's try that. How's that now? I think that's better. I think I just had the music up too loud. Yeah, let me fiddle with a couple more things here. All right, that should be better. Although now I'm hearing every creak and crackle in the building. Okay. Always coffee first. I also think the microphone is slightly farther away. Maybe. If I move it any more here, it's in frame. So maybe if I go this way. That might be better. Okay, I'm just gonna roll with it because I think it's fine. It's good enough at this point. But I will have to tweak that soon. Ah, maybe that's it. My EQ. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, that's enough audio. Mumbo jumbo. So we are starting today with a 15mm ZF.2 Classic. This guy. Antonio is here, yay! So, for anybody that has been following along, Antonio's been watching these streams almost since day one, and he's been planning on sending his lenses in for a while. And it took a while to get here from Zimbabwe. Got stuck in customs for a little bit, so they're finally here, and I will be doing his lenses. These lenses belong to Antonio, who is watching. Phil, good morning. Phil's wearing a Duclos shirt. Yes. Hey, Gary, good morning. Oh, Mozambique. I'm sorry. Why did I think Zimbabwe? It's probably the Z. The Z threw me off. But yes, from Mozambique. I'm sorry. So, these are not brand new. These are, as far as I know, he's been collecting these for a while. Actually, we can leave this on since we don't do anything to the front, so that stays there. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Still a little echoey. I think I do need to put some padding on the walls. That's all good. Let me get my chat popped out here. Okay. This is not fisheye, Mr. Khan. This is a rectilinear. So this is one of the more recent lenses from the Classic lineup. In fact, this optical design was carried over to the Milvus because it was good enough to qualify as a Milvus lens. Most of the others, like the 35, 50, 85, they were updated optically for the Milvus line so that they would be more sophisticated, higher image quality. But this 15 was so good as it was that they just carried it directly over. It got a new body and some new mechanical bits, but the optics remained the same. So this is rectilinear, it's highly corrected, it's a very, very good lens. This will cut perfectly fine with Milvus, even Otis, if you're not too discerning. So it is one of the highest quality ultra wides you can get. I think the only lens that I've seen that performed better on the bench, on test equipment, would be the Sigma 14mm. And a lot of people don't like, so on the Milvus, they did not include this large petal hood. It just sort of ends and they have a removable sunshade. So Zeiss did make a very limited run of the 15mm without these petals on each side. But even if you didn't get one of those limited ones, we do a modification to this housing where we trim down those pedals so you could use it a little more easy with a matte box. All right, need good old tweezers, and I think that's all I need for now. Good morning, Cameron. Oh, and if you guys ordered the these driver kits on last weekend's stream, the engraving, speaking of Cameron, the people that ordered it with just the spine engraving, those are shipping out either this weekend or Monday. And then if you asked for a logo engraving, those will ship out probably middle of next week. Good morning, Marcin. Welcome back. So these have they're not bad by any means, but they do have a decent amount of buildup on the mount. But we'll get that all cleaned up. Mechanically, they're in great shape. The grease is still relatively new. It's not broken down. It's not gooey or anything, or not broken down. I don't know if we're supposed to be disabling these aperture locks. I'm gonna go ahead and do it because we're putting an EF mount on these, I think, right? Yes, these are all getting EF mounts, so. Yes, it definitely covers VistaVision. This will work on every full frame sensor, including Monstro 8K. Let's get that just out of frame. That's pretty much where it is, right there. Again, last weekend's stream was super short, primarily because I was doing a round table with the guys from Sugar Grade and Old Fast Glass about the Ultimate Lens Library, the full frame lens test. And that was awesome because I haven't really seen those guys since the lens test. So if you didn't catch that, that was live on It was a Zoom round table, and I believe it's up on their YouTube now. So go look for, I think it was Steady School was the YouTube account that it was being posted to. So look that up. In fact, I'll probably find it and drop a link. Antonio, the declick. I know we're declicking it. There's an option. Some people choose. Sorry, I'll let the air finish. I should have closed that door out there. The ZF2s have an aperture lock that needs to be engaged on Nikon F camera bodies. If you don't engage it on an F mount camera body, or a Nikon specific camera body, then it throws an error code on the camera. But since you're converting these to EF mount, we automatically, almost always, automatically remove that aperture lock because it becomes useless. And in fact, it's a nuisance because if you're trying to calibrate the lens with a motor or something, or if you're just trying to run it from one end to the other, it locks at full close. So it's not necessary unless you plan on using these on Nikon, like a D, any of their digital bodies, really. Everything else in here looks nice and clean. All the linkages are flawless. No complaints there. Set is for Komodo. Ah, these will be beautiful on Komodo. The echo is still bothering me. Okay, that might be better. There, how's that? I might have gotten too loud now. I think the difference between this stream and last is mostly fiddling with the EQ and basically gate settings that I have in OBS. Because I was trying to reduce some of the machine noises from the machine shop on the other side of the wall. And of course, you can still hear all the creaks and cracks, all the ceilings in our offices here are suspended. So when the building sort of sways with the wind or expands or contracts with heat, which it is very hot today, you can hear it throughout the whole building. The focal length will not change. The angle of view will change on Komodo because these are because they're full frame. Komodo is Super 35, so they won't change relative to another Super 35 camera. So despite them being designed for full frame cameras, these will look very, very similar in terms of angle of view to the same lenses you put on like a Helium or a Gemini. I don't think the Komodo sensor is any smaller, or is much smaller than Gemini or Helium. Phil would definitely know the answer to the sensor size. Where'd you go, Phil? Or, here's a nice plug for Phil if he's not here. If you go to phfx.com/tools, he has a collection of amazing tools that you can see. Oh, there he is. He came running back. We're talking Komodo sensor size versus Gemini or Helium. I know Red calls all of them Super 35, but I just don't know if Komodo is any smaller than Helium or Gemini. I don't think it is. And if it is, it'd be a very, very small difference. That's Komodo and Helium. What? Are you saying Komodo and Helium are the same size? Not talking about resolution, just talking about physical sensor size, width and height. Komodo is smaller, okay. You know what? Let's take a minute and I'll show you how useful Phil's tools are. phfx.com/tools, and let's get a screen share. There you go. So we want, what do we want here? Format compare. There we go. So let's do Helium 8K Super 35 Komodo. And we can do this exact lens, 15mm. So there you go, the red line is Komodo. So it's a little tiny bit smaller than Helium and Gemini. You're talking about a 0.9 times factor. So very, very similar. In terms of field of view or angle of view equivalence. So yeah, you would, well, again, we're not looking at comparison between full frame, which is what most people are looking for. But yeah, comparatively, it's going to be very similar. Well, if you wanted to know the actual, how do I change that? I guess we're going to go back. If you want to know the proper crop factor, so to speak, we could go to, let's do Kodak film FF35. So it's proper film, which is what everyone's comparing it to. That's where you're looking at in terms of crop factor. So it's a 0.75. So if you want to know your equivalent, you would multiply the 15mm by 1.33, and that would be your equivalent angle of view. But that's still sort of not accurate. So there you go. Let's see. Between the newer Milvus optical designs and the old ZF, is there a big difference? Yes. On some of them, there is a big difference. Like I said earlier in the stream, the 15, the 135, the 50 macro, and the 100 macro, those are the same. You're not going to see any difference there. Oops, I just lost my audio on my ear pods. There we go. Okay. What was the other question here? Which zoom lenses would you recommend? Arri Allura 18-80 T2.6 versus Angenieux Opto 17-80 T2.2. That's a tough question. I guess it would depend on what you're shooting on, what camera you're on. The 17-80 does not cover Super 35. There was a huge flub on Angenieux's part when they released that lens. I would probably recommend the 18-80 Allura. It's cheaper too, Alexa Mini. So yeah, the 17-80 won't cover that entire sensor, at least not at open gate. The Alluras were a unique mashup between Fuji and Arri. I really liked them. Their price to performance was great. build quality was fantastic. I'll say they're a challenge to service only because getting parts for them is very difficult. If you ask Fuji, they say talk to Arri. If you ask Arri, they say talk to Fuji. It's a mess. It was not a good relationship decision between the two companies. Cameron, I couldn't tell you. At the time, digital was not popular. When the 1780 was announced, the Red 1, I think, was just starting to become a rumor or a rumbling. But I remember when we first saw that lens way back. This was back when our office was in North Hollywood, and I think that their launch event was either at Claremont or at Universal Studios. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. And my father and I went to check it out, and when we saw, it wasn't, at the time it was on a film camera. You'd look through the viewfinder and look at the ground glass, and it didn't cover Super 35. We said, why not? And they said, well, it doesn't need to, and it's fast, so we couldn't have it cover that much at that speed. So I don't know. That was really the reason they came out with the revised models, the 19.5 to 94, because everyone complained that it didn't cover Super. Pulled the trigger on what bad boys? What, you just bought Milvis lenses or classics? What would be your recommendation for a zoom cine lens under 30K? You've got tons of options. Let me go into consultation mode. Drop a tip on the super chat. So I guess first I would ask what kind of zoom range you're looking for. If you're not looking for a huge zoom range, like 5 or 10 to 1, you've got tons of options. You could go with the Sigma Cine zooms, the 18 to 35 and 50 to 100. If you want something a little more cinematic with less breathing, you could go with something like the Angenu EZs. What else? Oh, if you want to go really cheap, the new DZO lenses are unbeatable for the price. What else? You've got Tokina zooms would work well. If you want something with more zoom range, you still have plenty of options. You've got the Zeiss 21 to 100, the Fujinon 20 to 120. You could even go with the Canon compact zooms. They dropped the price on those, and they're very affordable now. Hey, look at that. Thank you, Mr. Insning. The Canon 15.5 to 47 and 30 to 105 are a fantastic pair, and they just dropped the price by like almost half, I think. So you could get both of those zooms for somewhere around 20,000, and they are proper from the ground up cine zooms. Oh, I guess I didn't ask coverage. All of these suggestions are Super 35? Are you looking for something full frame or Super 35? Okay, so yeah, you've got all of those options are fantastic. Even the new the Laowa 25 to 100, I would say that's an option if you're not looking for the most robust or the most image quality, mechanical quality. It's a great lens, but you can't expect to get something like what you would get with a Fujinon zoom out of a lens that's a third the price. See, I showed this mount when we first started and said that it had some buildup, but it's really just Loctite residue. See on like right here, it only shows up around the screw, so it's just Loctite that, or thread locker. It's not necessarily Loctite brand that seeped out when they first assembled the lens. That residue is fine when the lens is assembled because they've already tuned everything, so it doesn't hurt anything. But when we take the mount off and then we go to put it back on, that residue can land in a different spot and it can cause issues with the infinity focus calibration, flange depth really. So we make sure that that gets completely cleaned off so that when we do our calibration, it doesn't throw anything off. So now it's nice and clean and perfect. No leftover residue. Maybe a tiny bit up here. Yeah. Oh, there's residue here too. Did you see Dan Kane's rehoused Bausch & Lombs? Oh, that massive front? Yes, I have seen that. Hey Max, good morning. For the price for the Zeiss Otis, worth it? I think so. if you're looking for sheer image quality, then yes, the Otis are definitely worth it. And I say that because you can spend 2 to 5 times as much on higher priced Cine lenses, and you still won't get the same image quality as you would from an Otis. A friend of mine just found a K35 25-120 in his dad's old stuff. What? It has fungus, of course. How much would it cost to restore something like that? Oh, that's very hard to say without seeing it. I almost forgot my lock pin. It depends on how severe that fungus is. If it requires a full teardown and rebuild, you're probably looking at something in the realm of $1,200 to $2,500 just off the top of my head. But again, it completely depends on how bad the fungus is and how deep it is. If it's like a little bit of fungus just under the front element, no big deal. Is there a practical way to shim the EF mount, something like the normal PL shims? Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure I understand your question by, what do you mean by practical? You mean a DIY solution? If you're referring to the EF mounts on these, when we install our EF mount, then yeah, we make shims for the conversion kit that we do. Yeah, it's almost identical to, it's the exact same material and method that we use to make shims for PL lenses. It's just a different shape because this is a smaller mount. No, not really. I mean, if you were using our mount kits, we probably would sell the sets, but we don't really sell our mount kits. They're not very different from Litax mount kits, but yeah, I mean, we could probably sell a set. We would just need to know what thicknesses you want. And it's kind of hard to do that and not support the customer after the fact, because we could sell you shims, but you know, dialing in that shim stack is no trivial task. It's, if you don't have the correct tools or the correct test equipment, it's a ton of trial and error. Is that evaluation something you could do over video or with footage? So we have been doing service consultations over Zoom, which has been working really, really well. At first we were kind of hesitant because we thought, you know, what's the difference? You could just send an email with a photo, or you could call us on the phone. But being able to see and hear certain things like a loose cam follower or you know, a gritty focus has been really, really helpful. So yeah, we could look at it a little bit better than just photos if you do one of our Zoom meetings. But that's not that's still not a substitute for seeing it in person, and that's when we would provide you with a firm quote. So if you do want to do that as sort of a preliminary, go to, I forgot the short link. What was it? I'll put it in the chat here in a second. Maybe I didn't make a short link. I will find that for you. Maybe not. Sorry, I hate doing housekeeping on stream because I know you guys aren't here to watch me click away at a computer. Have you tested the SLR Magic Cine primes? Yes, I have. Any opinion? They fall into the category of you get what you pay for. They're not bad. They're built decently well. The optics are, again, decent, but they're not going to be free of chromatic aberration and spherical aberration. You'll still have those optical flaws. It's not going to, I mean, at that price, you can't expect those sorts of things to be corrected. All right. There you go. I think that's the right link. Actually, let me click on it and make sure. Yes, that's it. So that'll take you to the sign up page for our consultation form, and you'll get to use the now ubiquitous Zoom platform. Get rid of this now. All right. The Apo set. Oh, I think you're. There's a difference, I think, between the Cine primes and their Apo hyper primes. I don't know if they're the same optics. It's been over a year since I saw their stuff. I think the last time I saw them was at an event at the ASC Clubhouse. Okay, where's all my bits? Okay. I've been keeping a special close eye on some of these mounts that we make because we changed a dimension, and I want to make sure that they don't get overlooked. I don't want to give out inconsistencies. So basically the old ones stay with the old ones and the new ones stay with the new ones. Yeah, this one's good. Do you have a training program? Yes, you're experiencing it right now. No, I mean, sort of. We have a position at our company that we've always supported. We call it the junior technician, and it's sort of a training position. It's the position that most of our technicians start in, and then they sort of prove themselves and they learn how we do things and work their way up. So it's almost like an apprenticeship, but it's fully paid. It's an actual job. It's not an internship or anything like that. And we do some training from time to time with like rental house technicians if there's a specific lens they're looking to train on. But that's few and far between, and especially right now, we're not letting anybody in the building that isn't a staff member. Did you happen to see Cine-Mod's new focus gears? They took a bit of a jab at your process in the announcement. Oh, did they? We get a lot of jabs because we don't sell the lenses. I mean the gears outside of our shop. We keep it all internal, so we get people that complain about that all the time. What was the jab? So those don't have to be baked in an oven. Well, that means they're not reliable. If you're using set screws or grub screws or anything that isn't pressure fitted, they're not gonna last long. They're gonna end up shifting on you in the middle of a production, and that's the last thing you want. I don't know. I haven't seen his new ones. All I saw was that they're just that they're easier to install. So I can't complain too much. I'm all for innovation. If somebody comes up with an idea or a solution that's better than what we offer, then great for the community. What I don't like is when our processes get copied. So if Cine-Mod starts doing live streams, then you'll know where he got the idea. Zeiss also have interesting focus gears, but it's massive and not. Yeah, so theirs also are not. Zeiss didn't make those at all. They contracted a company that was already making those, and they basically just rebranded them. But those are the Zeiss gears that you can buy from Zeiss. They're nice. They're very easy to install. You can crank on them pretty hard to make them nice and tight. But again, yeah, they're huge. They only have, I think, 3 different sizes, so you have to kind of pick and choose. Hello, Fatal Dutch. Good morning. Welcome back. I think the microwave is a fun and effective. Yeah, a lot of people use a heat gun or a hair dryer, even an oven. You can't do that with the 3D printed stuff, though. I will warn you. We've had people try to use that technique with like PLA or even ABS, and you will melt your gears instantly with those materials. So be very careful. Don't spread that technique without warning. The other thing that I notice a lot, especially with the 3D printed stuff, which I'm not against at all. I'm all for DIY solutions. I'm all for keeping the cost down. But like I've said before in previous streams, 32 pitch, the standard that our industry runs on, is very specific. If you just have a bunch of teeth, a bunch of sharp edges, it's not necessarily 32 pitch. So if you're getting gears from someone, make sure that they are an engineer and they know what they designed. Otherwise, it might not work correctly. Could cause your motor or your follow focus to jump and ruin your shot. I'm gonna get this gear on here. BRB. Okay. Nice and even. Right, 15 is done. Alright, so this one is a little more worn out. Oh, this is actually... Oh, okay, it is a ZF2. It's just, you know, regular wear and tear on the focus grip. Oh, jumpy. Glass looks good though. No complaints there. Usual build up on the mount. Overall, not bad. Got a little bit of brassing. I try to remind people of that on every stream that I see it on. It's hard to see with the light here. But that's one of the quickest ways to tell how much a lens has been used. If the nickel plating is worn through, and you could start to see that brass color. Where is it? It's kind of hard to see right here in this corner. That's a sign that a lens has been put on and removed from a camera frequently. Oh, I didn't change. Thank you, Antonio. Are ZF2s the same as CP2s optically? Yes. Zeiss probably won't say, or probably won't agree to that, but yes. Is this F2? Yeah, 35 F2. We have our handy current lens. Ta-da! I think people remind me to change that more often than I actually change it, so thank you guys. Internally it's got a little bit of dust, but again, not bad. I've seen much, much worse on classic ZF2s. And the grease is still in good shape. Oh, we almost lost our ball bearing. Cameron, yes, these are Antonio's. These are the lenses that have been on their way from Mozambique for over a week. Power supply is making terrible sounds. That's very concerning. We've had rolling blackouts in Southern California because of all the heat and the air conditioners running 24/7. So I'm terrified. If the stream just stops, you know why. Alright, this is actually in really good shape with just basic cleaning, so that's good. It's very good. Forget who else here was an F1 fan, but I was very disappointed to find there was no Belgian Grand Prix this weekend. I could have sworn it was this weekend, but it's next weekend. Ah, there you go. So yeah. I woke up and went to look at the my DVR for the qualifying, and there was nothing there. I thought I messed up the recording, but turns out it's next weekend. And next weekend I'm shooting. Well, at least you're shooting. That's good that you have work. How different are the ZFs from the ZF2s? Not very different at all. The optics are identical. The mechanics are identical. The only difference is in the mount. You have these electronic contacts for newer Nikon bodies. And you have the, well, I took it out, but you have the aperture lock that is required on certain Nikon bodies because of the electronics. But from a motion picture standpoint, if you're using these for cinema, there's absolutely no difference whatsoever. So you could save, potentially, you could save a decent amount of money and get the regular ZFs over the ZF2s. Do you have a life hack to clean between the focus gears? You mean between the teeth? Toothbrush. That would be the DIY cheap solution. Just a regular soft bristle toothbrush and a can of air to get the big chunks out. If it's aluminum, and if you can, a brush like this is a steel wire brush. These work fantastic. It'll still work on Delrin just fine also. You just might scratch it up a little bit. But yeah, a simple toothbrush, unless you're talking about heavy gunk, then you'll need something like a wire brush. And I am almost out of my cotton tip applicators. These guys. I just realized that some of the engravings have lost their paint. So this lens goes from 2 to 4 to 5, 6 to 8, back to 1, 1. So I'll give that a touch up. If I sent a lens for fungus cleaning after 2 months and looking at fungus again, that's kind of normal. I got poor cleaning service. I live at the beach of Mexico. That's tricky. That's something that we deal with here a lot. So when we're removing fungus, we almost always put a disclaimer on the quote that says best effort. Because when you're talking about fungus, you're talking about a microscopic spore. So if a technician removes enough glass to get to access where they see the fungus, they can clean it off the best they can, but there's absolutely no guarantee that they actually got it all. It's very hard to know if you've cleaned it all off. It's not like it doesn't go through a process that kills all of the fungus. I mean, that can be done with UV light, with the correct UV light, but still, even then, exposing every piece of the lens to that UV light is very difficult. So yeah, I would, what Cameron said, get tons of desiccant that just sucks up all that moisture. Keep the lenses in a sealed cabinet with that desiccant, or a sealed case, and change the desiccant out frequently so that you're just removing the moisture constantly. But I would not say that it was a poor cleaning service. It's very difficult to find and eliminate all fungus, especially if you can't see that fungus. So if, for example, if there was fungus just under the front element, a technician could go in, access the second element down, clean it off, but there's no way they could know that there's fungus maybe, down by the aperture assembly that you can't see. So that's a tough one. I definitely wouldn't, unless it was obvious and they just didn't clean it the first time, and maybe you could blame the technician. But it's kind of like, it's like cancer. If you don't look for cancer on every square centimeter of someone's body, you're not going to know that it's somewhere else. It was a Rokinon Zine 85. Yeah, there could be, I mean, the fungus on a Zine 85 could be anywhere. Those aren't particularly sealed in any way, so. Was it a repair shop that specializes in cine lenses, or was it just like a camera shop? I don't think I have white paint here. I'm gonna go get that in a minute because I want to make sure this is as good as it can be. Regular camera shop. So I mean that again, unless they specialize in lenses, they may not know all the nooks and crannies to look for fungus. So I wouldn't necessarily blame them. But they should still be able to help you, maybe at a discounted rate. Yeah, see, there goes all that. It's just falling out now. Let's get it out now and repaint it so that it's nice and clean. All right, I'm gonna go. That's actually a really shallow engraving. Wow, that's probably why. It probably, just looking at this, I would say the lens wasn't poorly cared for. This is extremely shallow by Zeiss's standards. Very interesting. Just recycle a Kim wipe here. All right, I'm gonna go find that paint. I'll be right back. Okay. Got our white paint here. Oof. There we go. Let that dry. Did you see the Lomocrons? Yes, I saw the Lomocrons. I don't know how I feel about them, but I saw them. All right, that has to dry for a while. Actually, I'm gonna throw it in the UV chamber here. That'll cook. I don't know if you can hear it. It's kind of annoying. I mean, it's subtle, but it'll probably be obnoxious if you hear it in the background. I'll turn the music up a touch. All right. I can't really go any farther without that piece on this one. I guess I could do the front and the focus gear. Okay. If I send my forms, yes, the form cure is a fantastic tool for curing paint, because not only is it heated, but it's also the correct UV light. If I send my lenses to Duclos to make the Cine-Mod, and you see that it needs some repair or cleaning, will you let me know? Yeah, absolutely. So I don't show any of that part on the stream, obviously, because it's boring. But there's a whole clerical process that happens ahead of this. So for anybody that's interested, what happens when you send lenses into us, you use the equipment shipper and they get received. So the equipment shipper lets us know that they're on their way. Once they arrive, they get received into our system, and based on what they're here for, they get routed to the correct department. So in the case of lenses for mods, they go to the Cine-Mod department, and a technician looks at the lenses, inspects them, evaluates them. We write up a ton of notes on the condition, what the lenses came with, sunshades, caps, everything. Anything that we could record gets written down on that job. So if inspecting the lenses, we notice something like, a loose housing. Well, Antonio's is a perfect example. I don't know if he wants us sharing too much, but when he sent his lenses in, one of them that arrived was this 21 mil. It's a ZE, and the front housing is completely detached. There's a screw rolling around in there. So as soon as it arrived, we emailed Antonio and said, hey, this is an issue. Do you want us to fix it? Obviously, he said yes. Anything that we feel is within expectation, we give you the option to service. But we're very conscious of not being the usual, auto shop where you bring your car in for an oil change and they say, oh, well, you need a whole new transmission. We don't want to be those guys. So if it's something like that engraving, the paint that was worn out, I'm not gonna be like, wow, you need a new paint job. That's gonna be 2 hours of labor. We'll just do it. It's just part of it. No big deal. So we have to sort of balance between letting you know what is critical to the operation of the lens and what's, could help the lens, but maybe not necessary. Someone's on the lathe. It's running loud again, sorry. Alright, that's good. Focus gear's nice and snug. But also, Adelson, to answer your question, if there's something specific that you notice that could be corrected or worked on, then yeah, we'll absolutely include that. You're going to open that Gorgeous 21 next. We were going to, but it's still soaking. The front ring is completely seized up on it. I don't want to give too much of his stuff with it. The front ring was also dented. I don't know if you can see it on there. And that's what holds this lock ring in. So we're working on straightening this enough to remove the lock ring, which will allow us to secure this whole front housing. So it's a bit of a challenge. It's a work in progress. So I probably won't be doing that today since it has to soak a little bit more. 21 was a gift. Well, yeah. That makes those decisions a little easier. All right, I'm gonna go check that part, see if its paint is dried yet. Looks pretty good. I'll let that dry a little more, but we can install it now, so we can keep working on it. It needs a little touch up still, but you can see the difference there if it focuses. There we go. It still needs a little cleaning, but the difference is night and day. Antonio just ran a bunch of tests with that 21mm found on an 18 megapixel Canon body. There was no CA. It's a perfect lens. '21 is a nice lens. I always recommend the 21 over the 18mm. A lot of people want that little extra bit of angle of view on the 18, but the 18 compared to the 21 is no contest. 21's way better. Yeah, the pixel density is what makes all the difference, because if they have to, if the light is at a really steep angle, which it is on the 21, then it can introduce a bit of CA. The rear element on that lens is very small. All right, a little bit more safety lubrication here. Music died. Oops. Still fiddling with my audio stuff. Now I'm getting a ton of feedback. There, that might be better. All right, that's enough. Aloha from Norway. Lawa works great. Thanks for the great service. How often should I service the zoom lens? I get that question a lot, and I would say my standard response is depends on how you use it. If you're shooting in, like if your primary content is corporate videos and you're in office buildings and air conditioning and for the most part, clean environments, you don't have to service it often at all. If you're shooting motocross out in the desert, then you're going to need to service it very frequently. But as far as general maintenance goes, maybe once a year just for routine stuff. But I mean, it depends on how thorough you want to be. If the lens was at a rental house, they'd perform routine maintenance after every rental. Is the 28mm next? I don't think there is a 28 in this set. No, next is going to be a 50. Alright, 35 f2 done. Maybe not. Oh yeah, sort of clean. I'm just going to keep fiddling with this EQ between every lens until I like it. All right, on to the 50. Oh, this, I could tell this was heavily used. The anodizing is pretty worn out on all the edges. The engravings are practically yellow or brown. You know, compare that iris engraving to those. It's kind of hard to tell. But the glass, aside from one blemish right there, the glass is in great shape, which is really what matters. And mechanically, everything still feels great. Okay. Similar brassing on the mount. All right, let's dive in. I just mixed up my screws. Maybe that'll work slightly better. I need to do a whole stream dedicated to getting the audio sorted out. So again, on the outward facing exposed bits, there's quite a bit of dirt and dust buildup, but inside it's spotless. Oh, I wonder, I hate to keep going on about audio, but I wonder if I set this to, which one is it on? I can't see it. That was probably super loud. I don't know if that's any better. I'll leave it there to see what happens. You might hear more of the machine shop now, which is the opposite of what I really want, but oh yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna switch it back. Okay, we're back where we were before. Yeah, see, that's a lot of dust and dirt from over time. Not a bad thing though. To me, that just means this lens has been used the way it was meant to be used, which I like. There are very few lenses, in my opinion, that should be owned and not used. Collectibles, I guess you'd say. Do your lens techs do the machining, or do you have machinists? Both. For the stuff that we do large quantities of, I go to the machinist. Like the actual accessories that we make. If it's a lens that's being repaired and we're machining something for that repair, then a technician will do it. Manual machines or CNC? Both, again. We have a rather large manual lathe, 5-axis CNC. We have a very small lathe that we use for more delicate, small, high tolerance stuff. Oh, thank you, Antonio. I told you it's not very helpful when everyone has to tell me to change it. Doesn't help you guys, but thank you. If you guys catch me doing that. There you go, 51.4. Almost time for another coffee. We did enable the super chat, so if you feel like gifting a cup of coffee, please do that. Yeah, this one's not the cleanest, but we'll make it clean. When I'm done with it, it will be good as new. Maybe not I'm not going to do all the engravings here, Antonio, but the exterior bits will make them decent. Oh no, where's my air? That's much better. Okay. So I think these are among my favorite lenses to mod because of their history and how many we've done of them. Or I should say my history specifically with them. When we first started doing or when we first started calling it the Cine-Mod, these were by far the most popular lenses. So before Leica R's and Zeiss contacts and all that was the fad, we were doing dozens of these. In fact, they were the first lenses that we started selling as new. Ooh, it's at the door. Sorry. Before we were a retailer, we didn't sell anything really. And when we started doing so many mods of these, we talked to Zeiss and said, hey, we kind of want to sell these. Can we do that? And they said, sure. So we started selling them. And we only carried these. This was before they had CP2s or CP3s. Somebody's at the door. And so we carried the ZFs before they were even ZF2s. And we sold tons of them with our mods. So these were really sort of the catalyst for what is now commonly known as the Cine-Mod. It's funny that I can tell every machine back there just by the sound. That was the stone grinding wheel you just heard. So if somebody's sharpening a tool or taking an edge off. Oh, I didn't even notice. Who was asking before? Somebody was asking about the difference between a ZF and a ZF2. This is a ZF. See, no electronics. But functionally, the ZF2 version of this lens would be identical with the exception of the little contact pins on the mount. So there is no aperture lock, which would be somewhere right here-ish. So they're practically the same. It's just that protocol for the newer Nikon mounts. Oh, that feels nice. That's beautiful. I love lenses. So satisfying. Alright, that's good. This needs a good scrub. How many technicians work at Duclos? I think we have 10 full-time technicians at this point. I always have to visualize it in my head and like count the benches. So there's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so 10. Antonio, you probably, I think you were emailing a little bit with Evan, who is the junior technician. Somebody earlier was asking about if we offer training, but yeah, that position is basically a grooming to become a technician, and he is fantastic. So he probably won't be a junior technician for much longer, which will open up that spot. All right, before I start installing this mount, I am gonna go refresh the coffee. Oh, that didn't work. Come on. Sometimes I hate OBS. I mean, it's a fantastic tool, but it can be a pain. So you can apply. You could try. It'll be open. We have a list of people that we keep on record so that when it does open, we message them. Traditionally, it's when we email that list, they say, oh, never mind, I found another job, or I'm busy ACing or whatever. So yeah, keep an eye on social if you're actually interested. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I will be right back. Okay, I might have locked up my PC, but hopefully not. I think it's still working. Oh, there it goes. Whoa, my screen just freaked out. Okay, I think we're good. OBS is not behaving today. nice fresh cup of hot coffee. Maybe too hot. Okay. That one's good. $50mm done. The 85 is fungus. What? I did not see that. I guess I should look up. Oh, no, that wouldn't be on there. Let's find out. Does it have fungus? I don't see anything. I don't see any fungus, Antonio. Let me pull up that paperwork. Okay. Yeah, none of these lenses have fungus noted in our initial report. So you might be good. Unless we missed something, but that's sort of the whole purpose of that preliminary check. All right, then we shall continue. This was always one of my favorites from the Classic line, the go-to portrait lens. That is until Zeiss came out with the 135 f2, and then that became my go-to. cute. Lots of glue on that one. And some oil. Yeah, well, it's hard to see with the light, it's so bright, but right here. And then residue here. Oh, this one is also a regular ZF, not a ZF2. Some of these older ZFs have a unique anodizing finish. And it just sort of grabs the grease and doesn't let go. Oh, it's not the anodizing. It's a machine finish. So instead of being nice and smooth, they were like microscopic, but it's got these ridges. You can hear that. It's like a microscopic file but it just holds on to grease really well, so it's hard to clean out the old grease. Antonio, I don't think that it was intentional. I think it's just a high-speed machine finish from the factory in Japan. Someone's using the air. I'm gonna mute the mic for a minute because that's loud. That did not mute the mic. How did that not? Has this been picking up the wrong microphone the whole time? What? That's impossible. You can still hear me. Is the mute button broken? What? I am so confused. Okay, sorry. I'm fixing this right now. How is that possible? How would the physical mute button not be functioning? I give up. Maybe I should get a better microphone. Anybody have any suggestions for a good streaming mic? Ah, that's a good suggestion, Cameron. Short shotgun. Hypercardioid. Yeah, see, like that. I can't stand that sound. I'm just going to try literally unplugging it and plugging it back in real quick. Okay, there's definitely an issue then. Alright, I just switched it. Holy crap. I'm pretty sure this whole time it's been on the wrong microphone. Wow, that's embarrassing. This entire stream, I think it's been using the mic, like the built-in microphone on my speakers. Okay, that's... Hold on one second. Put these back where they were. I mean, the air hose aside. Sorry, I know that's obnoxious. Alright, I'm muting it now. Okay. So at some point, OBS must have switched to the default system microphone. Which I believe is just the microphone built into my speakers. So this solves a lot of problems. That's why none of my settings were working, because every time I tweaked something, it was just tweaking crap audio. So let me just rewind 3 hours and 13 minutes. Oh, that's terrible. Well, on the bright side, I don't have to buy a new microphone. And that that should also reduce some of the ambient noise. It wasn't the worst audio. Oh, great. I'll agree with you there. It could have been worse, but it was just, I mean, you can tell it's been bugging me for 3 hours now. Every 30 minutes, I'm like, something's not right. But I'm glad we fixed it. I guess that should be part of my startup test routine. You know, the simple tap the microphone. Is this thing on? So speaking of streaming, I'm considering a second live stream setup in our what used to be our demo space. It's practically unused now because we're still not open to the public. Basically doing lens previews and reviews. But I'm curious if the live streaming quality out of a Red camera to YouTube Live would be enough for anybody to determine the quality of a lens. So I will probably do a test of that and see if it works well enough. See if the image quality is high enough to take anything away from it. But it would be similar to this, but instead of this being the main camera, you'd be seeing what the Red camera is seeing. So you'll see what that lens is doing. I would probably do a lot of the newer lenses that are coming out, and then maybe a couple older vintage lenses that come in for service or for any variety of reasons. Stuff that is a little more difficult to get on a camera and see and evaluate. Like a Kubrick lens. Anybody want to see a Kubrick lens? Yeah, I could definitely punch in. I can crop into tight areas for really fine evaluation. Lens projector. So I get asked that a lot. That's a little more difficult. It's not impossible, but the tricky part there is so we have two projectors. We have two separate projection rooms, which kind of helps. The reason we have 2 projection rooms is so that if somebody's doing something really delicate and sensitive on one projector, it doesn't hold up the rest of our technicians. They can go to projection room 2 and keep working. So I could sort of steal one of the projection rooms for streaming purposes, but that limits the rest of our staff. So it would have to be on like a Sunday afternoon when no one's here. Or I could just set up a 3rd projector. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Just put a projector in the demo space. So for people that haven't been here, Phil's been here, so Phil will know. Right now I'm sitting in the engineering office. Yeah, so we have probably 5 projectors, Cameron. To my left is the which is odd because on your screen it's the right, but it's the projection rooms and cleaning, tanks and whatnot. And then on my right, straight to my right, is another office, which is the demo space. So that would be easy to set up another projector in the demo space. The Holland room. There's still no plaque on the wall. I need to get that poster from Schneider, Phil. Oh, and speaking of projectors, little plug here for Kerner Camera and the Lens Summit. So if you're not familiar, Kerner Camera usually does what they call the Pacific Northwest Lens Summit. They've done it for 3 years in a row, I think. And this would have been their 4th, but COVID kind of derailed that. But it's basically a lens nerd fest. All the big manufacturers travel to Portland. They set up shop at Kerner Camera, and you get to see all the latest, greatest, whatever the manufacturers have to show. So since they couldn't do it in Portland, they've been doing it virtually. And it's actually been pretty cool because everybody can attend. You don't have to fly to Portland. So most of them are done, but the next one up is Crazil, and I think they're going to be focusing on, no pun intended, their projector. So check that out. Just go to, I want to say it's Pacific Northwest Lens Summit.com, or they might have gotten lenssummit.com. Find out. Oh, they did get it. Here, I'll do another screen share here. Come to the finest topics in the world, the Virtual Lens Summit. So this is a little outdated. 24th and the 31st are gone. The next one up is Crazil. It's odd that they don't have links to register. Oh, right here. Join us ready. Look, we put on the mailing list. Email lensmonger@lenssummit.com. It's a very old-fashioned way of signing up for something, but here. Email him. That's Michael Kerner. Email him and say, hey, I want to be on the Lens Summit list. Yeah, that Crazil one should be really interesting. If you're curious about lens projectors or projecting and how that's all used, the technology behind it, you would definitely want to catch that summit. And it's all done through Zoom, so yeah. Okay, that's pretty much all the website. It's just a landing page, essentially. Oh, I'm so happy with this audio now. Can't even tell you. Oh, question for everybody that's still watching. Has YouTube put any ads in the middle of the video? Because I thought I disabled that, but somebody mentioned, or something when I was setting it up mentioned ads. So I want to make sure it doesn't show ads. Okay, good. I think then that notification I got meant it'll show the ads on playback. Ah, Phil, you don't count. You don't get the ads anyway. The recordings, yeah, I think that notification meant that for people that watch it later, then there will be ads, but you guys watching it live won't see ads, if I understand it correctly. 85, done. Okay. There are two more. There's a 100 macro and a 135. I don't know if I have time for the 135 today. Changed the name. Look at that. Oh, that's a lot of brassing. All right, this is a good example. So all this brass color where the nickel plating has worn out. It doesn't hurt the lens at all, especially because we're converting it to EF mount, and the EF mount that we make, this is another good example of why we use what we use. So our EF mounts are all made from billet stainless steel, so this will never wear out. It'll never, there's no plating or anything. It's just polished steel. But this wear out of the nickel plating can affect your flange depth. Very, very minor. You'll never notice it on a 100mm, but on something like that, 15 or 25 or 18, that can definitely make a difference. Yes, Cameron, like I said, on the wide angles, it can definitely make a difference in infinity focus. On this 100, no, you'll never notice the difference. But since we're putting the stainless steel mount, it really doesn't matter on this particular lens. The only reason I bring it up is it's a sign to me that the lens was removed and put on the camera often enough to ruin that plating. Why on the wides and not telephoto? Because flange depth on a wide angle lens is exponentially more sensitive. So for example, if you add or remove 1/1000th of an inch from a wide angle lens, like a 15 or 18, it'll make a huge difference in your focus accuracy. If you add or remove that same amount, 1/1000th of an inch, from a 100mm, it will hardly change anything at all. So the wider the focal length, the more critical that back focus becomes. Overall, though, this one's in really good shape. It's a little soft. The focus stop isn't perfect at infinity, but that's not going to hurt anything. Yeah, see, at minimum, it's nice and clacky, but here it's kind of soft. Not a big deal. Yeah, Antonio, this optically, the 100 macro is a fantastic lens. It's not a true macro because it's only 2:1. I mean, yeah, 2:1. It's not a true 1:1 macro, but it's still fantastic. Okay, give it a basic cleaning there. Can you compare this set to the Zine set? Is it a comparison we can make for shooting the human? There's not. They're not very similar. I mean, you could get away with intercutting them, but the optics in these are going to be a pretty significant step up from the Zine optics. You might get slightly more usability out of the Zines because they have a more cinematic housing. But yeah, the optics in this on the Zeisses are going to be much better. This one's in pretty good shape inside. If all goes well, those lenses will be used by Tony K. I don't know him. Oh, wow. Directed American History X. That's fantastic. A cult classic. He directs and shoots all his films. That's respectable. Okay, let's do... Oh. I need to put some foam in that cup so it's not so loud every time. Oh, that's lovely. Now that we have proper audio, you can hear this. Oh, almost forgot it again. can't believe I missed this one. These are the lenses I use most. You didn't miss it. You're watching it right now. My favorite from this set is the extremes. I really like the 15 and I really like the 135. Ooh, good luck with that, Phil. All right, we got the fatty gear that is machined from one solid piece of Delrin. It's a beautiful piece of material. Oh no. Do they start as a cylinder of Delrin? Yes, they do. They are extruded solid black Delrin. Then they are CNC machined on a lathe. From Delrin plants. Yeah, exactly. Yes, the teeth technically are cut on a lathe. It's a separate axis, but yeah, the part doesn't leave the lathe. Fifth axis, fourth. No, well, so a lathe is usually only two axis. I guess you'd consider it. You know, you have technically it depends on where you put your tooling, but you're either going this way or that way. But yeah, there's a separate cutter basically. So we don't cut each individual gear. Sorry, we don't cut the teeth for each individual gear. It's a long stalk that gets each tooth cut down the whole length of it. And that process is done one at a time. So basically it'll cut one groove all the way down, and then it'll move one tooth, cut the next groove, so on and so forth. But again, that's all very, very specific. The shape of that tooth, the diametral pitch is extremely important. Basically the top and bottom of the tooth, it's all very, very specific, and just designing a tooth is not sufficient. Somebody had been asking about that in a previous mod stream, and there's entire books. I think there's at least one of them back there. Yeah, the entire reference book for how to properly cut teeth into gears. It's all sorts of gears. Basically, yes, Cameron. So instead of just a bit being here and the part spinning, the part stays stationary and there's a cutter that goes down the length of it. That's a nice gear. Look at that. Focus. There it goes. I think I changed the focus speed to slow. Beautiful. I have a small CNC mill that I'd like to make some on. You could do it on a mill, yeah. You just have to run you'd have to set up your vise or whatever's holding the Delrin, and then you'd have to have your end mill would have to be specific for cutting gear teeth. But yeah, you could do that, just run your mill back and forth. That would be easy. Hobbing, yeah, exactly. Yep. And I think I can get at least some of the 135 done before I have to leave. It is 2 o'clock now. This one's an even larger gear. Because this is a chunky lens. Yeah, this is a fantastic lens. Like I said before, this is, if I had to pick one lens from this line, this would be it. And this one is in fantastic condition. Which I would fully expect, because this is the newest lens in the line. So they didn't start shipping this until maybe like a year before they discontinued the entire line of classic ZF2s. Oh, prismism, the 135 is leaps and bounds beyond the 100. That's got a lot of thread locker on it. Yeah. Oof. It's a ton on these screws. These are almost like Zeiss contacts. A lot of people ask about mixing these with the Otis, and I think that this lens could easily compare to the Zeiss Otis. What is the eating policy at restaurants in San Fernando Valley? I think there's still no indoor dining allowed. You can't really wear a mask when you're eating, though. Kind of makes it difficult. I think a lot of the restaurants have adapted and opened up like parking lot outdoor dining. Ooh, that's a terrible sound. Oh, it stopped. Oh. I think it's gone now. Speaking of cutting Delrin, that sound is Delrin. Oh, wrong screws. Sorry, that's really loud again. Okay, I think he's done with the air. Just enough left for the last screw. Oh no, I need to do with the other screws. Never mind. Okay, that's done. Somebody's asking questions about Leica R's on our website. Let's help them live. He's asking about step-up rings. I shall reference my database here, 50mm f2. Ooh, could be a lot of different models. All right. Let's finish up this guy and I'll help him. Okay, that's it for Antonio's lenses. 135 done. Serial number. Sorry, I'm still helping this guy. 2466. Okay. As usual, you guys can hang out while I clean up, but thank you all for joining, especially on a, let's see, what's our runtime here? Almost 5-hour stream. Much appreciated. If you gained anything from this, drop a tip in the super chat if you feel like it. We will be back next weekend, obviously. I don't know what I'll be doing next weekend yet. I'll figure that out. Maybe we'll do that Kubrick lens. Using the wrong tweezers for this. I was partially joking. I can show you guys the Kubrick lens. I'm not going to modify it. It's all original. It's a piece of history. Whoa, I didn't realize how crooked this was. That's it. Thank you guys, and see you next weekend.